Disco! Get my camera moved in the right spot. Oh, okay. Spooky church. I think we want to come back there with Kim. We just want to spend this day kind of like exploring. Hello? Whew. These rusty gears used to turn the whole machine. The chain trails off into the ocean. To who knows where.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle. The concrete structure looks military in origin, over half a century old at least, but sturdily built.
I think unopenable, interfacing 3 very low. We don't try to open it yet. I don't know if it can be opened. This barrel has been recently discarded. It still smells of fuel oil. But we can get our interfacing a lot higher before we try that. Ooh, white polo shirt. What are these things? Cigarette butts cleaned away under a rock. Brand, Tio Mutiri. You take a mental note. Tio Mutiri. Seems important somehow. Disco, disco, disco. Someone's made a campfire here, a long time ago. A rusted, broken control box for the radio relay tower. This ladder's too rusty to climb. The sea air has eaten away at it. This relay tower coordinates boat traffic in the bay. Barely. Scented scarf. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I audible? Am I audible? Excellent. Loud and clear. Gotta go figure out the stuff in the church for Egghead and the boys. Hardcore! See. Still looking for moral. Spirit is eternal. Hold on to the spirits and wait for the signal. Got it. Take the stuffed bird to guard. Help the ravers start a nightclub. Sync the signs with Noid. Solve the egghead puzzle. Get Estelle to talk about her associates. So plenty to do still. Even if we're missing Kim, so we can't really, like, push our own investigation too much. Check out this boardwalk. Inland Empire. Buzz. Hum. The electricity flows through the wires with audible power.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
I guess that's for later. A makeshift roof. Vagrants have tried to make the boardwalk habitable. That tarp will keep out neither rain nor snow nor wind. Let's see. Tools. Postcard gain. Couron 33. A coin-operated weighing machine. Hasn't been used for a decade. Megabino's prescription lenses. Vagrants have recently painted the tarp red. Water drips from it. A couple more bottles. It's very stark without any kind of music here. A big wine canister. It's open and empty. Oh.
The smell. It's awful and familiar. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be.
It's a dead corpse, isn't it?
Yes. A sense of dread washes over you as you look ahead.
Careful there. These floorboards look rotten and weak.
A man lies on the boardwalk. His limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Brutal.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself.
Okay.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
We've had the thought with the volumetric shit composer. We're okay, we're okay.
And an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded
library card.
His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand. The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache.
So this is just an accident, though, right?
Empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last. That's what the chewing gum seems to point to as well. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Let me... Let me juggle some stuff. This might be a short stream. I might go on a date with my wife. All right, let's examine the man's head first.
Of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3, maybe 4 minutes. They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Just go on ahead and look in.
Of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too.
But no bullet this time.
Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
So what should I do with this body?
You need to talk with the lieutenant. Then report back to the station. This is too complicated to handle on your own.
I agree. This coin-operated viewer has been out of order for years.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or 2. No mold yet.
So we've got a rough time of death.
The smell. The sea air brings some relief.
Okay, so more reasons for us to come back with Kim. What was that? What was that thought? Tell me the thought. There we go. Moonshine probably smells like tasty fermentation. Oh, we didn't expect another body. And we got our mystery jacket. Bars cover these long, dusty windows. Oh, hey. Another power box. It charges nothing now. It's empty. Fence blocks the path. No way on from here. But there is... stuff in those. Ooh. Feld Electrical.
A once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D.
My hair is super frizzy. It's been storming down here, so the humidity is nuts.
A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Ah, yes, their famous motto.
You hear the
Fine
man
example
exclaim
of
behind you.
technological optimism from...
He says something, but the wind blows, and you can't hear him. Let's talk to this guy, see if he got a history lesson for us.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blond man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles.
You, officer, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I was just telling my son about this building. Not many people appreciate the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Hold on. Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He says, as if it's self-evident.
He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything.
What was that about the windows before?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
All right, you were talking about the building. Go on.
Very important. Mikhail, say hi to the officer.
He rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his Verm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately.
Really
But
into
I assume
worms,
you're
huh?
not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see.
I could go
Just
for
as I
some
was
giant
telling
worms.
Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
He points to the building
This
again.
man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
Huh. What's so fascinating about an old empty building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his hand to his eyes to shield himself from the pattering rain. All three of you turn to admire the mural before you.
What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Wait, what's an R&D department?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
He smiles brightly, laugh lines around his
You're
eyes.
probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
That's me, I'm familiar
Leia
with that.
Culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead. It looks old and
Look at the
weathered,
building looming over
with
you.
seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld
That's not
Electrical.
surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
He adjusts his suit jacket.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve?
He
I'm
grins.
mixing my metaphors here.
What was the ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a
He
tape
pauses for
computer.
effect. A tape computer?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer. Which is a feat of
almost at home
engineering
computing.
Even today's giants, Rehm, ICN, and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
He pauses, pointing to the other building, then
All of this was
continues.
built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're saying that Feld Electrical built this boardwalk?
Yes,
Look under
they
your
even
feet.
built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
Pleasure wheel?
A wheel!
The kid looks wistfully at the horizon as if picturing gondolas rising to the sky.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
And what happened to the engineers, the
I'm
company
afraid
people?
it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
He smiles again, as if he's somehow personally responsible for this bleak turn of events.
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Let's not drop that on the kid. His dad's right there. Tape computers, right. He nods, wind tousling his suit jacket. What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
What was that?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans ce Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
He looks at his son, who starts giggling, his face hidden behind the
kid
book.
Takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
So how'd those tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant. Exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
He raises his finger, remembering something.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredevoort.
Wompty Dumpty
It
Dum.
raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Okay, so if that's a success from our internal encyclopedia, we got to follow up on this. Okay, Wumpty Dum Center, Paul Ackerman, Keith and Guy Juiced. What are you talking about?
Center for Contemporary Arts.
There it is again, those words.
To on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ackerman, chose to...
You're making this up. Hey, is your dad making all this up? Or come on, there's no place called the Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center of Arts. You're making this up.
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredevoort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
He clears his throat.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
The RCM should get some of those. It's not. It is cool.
Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07.
Ooh, tell me about the Feld playback
the
experiment.
official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience, but those are incorrect.
And why'd they destroy it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
He takes a step back. The boardwalk creaks mournfully in the wind. I wanted to
Well, of
ask
course.
something else.
What else?
You look like someone who has money. Do you have any money?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
He brushes it all off like it's not a
Look,
thing at all.
I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Can I have some of that unimportant
Oh, no,
money then?
I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms.
He looks uncomfortable, his left hand squeezing his son's shoulder.
just
I'm not
spending
robbing
time
you.
with
I'm
my
not
kid,
robbing
showing
you.
him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed.
Ah.
He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out?
By the way, do you work
I do
out?
some Lomantang stick fighting now and then.
What's a Lomantang
It's an
stick fighting?
anthropological heritage of the Lomantang people. A martial art of sorts, but what not a lot of books mention.
He's the screamer guy.
Also carries a cultural significance among the Lomantangs, as it used to be the best means of showing off to look for a bride, which, interestingly enough, brings us to the socio-economic structure of the traditional and rural tribes of the Lomantang Isles, which...
He goes on to give you a detailed overview of their way of life. The amiable, slightly nervous smile, not once leaving his face.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying...
I'm not really interested in the practice. I just want to know how often you work out, now and then. That's like, what, like once a week?
Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction.
He
I've been
explains with a little
practicing
smile.
for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that my doses have grown a little peculiar.
Wait, what does this man know about Pyrrolidon addiction?
Hold on. Pyroholidon addiction, what an interesting metaphor. Or perhaps not a metaphor at all.
You got me, detective. But my history should hardly come as a surprise.
He chuckles before a shadow takes hold of his
Dad's
face.
fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that and a special costume.
That's right, Mikhail.
I got Daredevil
It also
over
has
here.
a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway,
He says, swaying with his hand. Trent grabs his kid into a single-handed embrace, happy to change the subject.
sure. What's on your mind?
Nope,
But
okay.
of course. What else?
Thank you for all the interesting information.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick
know,
your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Well, also, what did he
again.
mean? He said my history shouldn't be a surprise. He's acting like we know each other. And my esprit de corps went off. Maybe he's another cop that I've forgotten. Nope. Ooh. No boat in the boathouse today. This section of the coast hasn't been used in decades. Ooh, oversized superstar sunglasses. The boathouse is shoddily constructed. A strong breeze might blow it over. Well, at least we've got a little bit of extra money in our pockets. Like, we can afford to stay at Gart's if we don't want to live in the shack. Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of this shaded bench, covered in rust.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Even more bullet holes. Something definitely
The
happened here.
density and spread of these bullet holes is surprising. This takes a lot of bullets. Fully automatic rifle fire.
Let's give it a go.
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them. A dozen at least. their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. Droplets of rain fall on the wooden planks, the surrounding sand dunes. The clouds block out any rays of light.
God, this game is so
pretty. A long
pretty.
time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
What is this?
The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed.
Is this where the revolution fell?
A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes.
This is a memorial.
They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
Who were they?
Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air, the lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Who was who in this execution? I need to understand.
I'm just a representation of your mental faculties, piecing together any available information. You should probably ask the lieutenant.
Okay, we'll be back here.
Wind blows away the figures.
The sign says, Entrée interdite. An old ticket taker booth. No longer in operation. People paid money to park here? No one would pay now. A little bit of extra monies. The door is not only barred shut, it is inaccessible. Hang on, I gotta make sure I'm... Got my tear bag and my flashlight. Oh, let's, thoughts. I do not have enough to unlock a thought yet. Because I have that new thought about the Wompty Dom Center. I would, as art cop, I think it's important that we know the name of the most conceptual place. Okay. Still some stuff up back this way. Hey, are you moral? Tiny cages, carefully constructed. These soggy logs smell of ignition fluid. Still, they won't light up. Lots of people out here miss the good old days. What good old days? These heavy military blockades are riddled with bullet holes, crumbling. It's almost impossible to get a fire going this near the ocean.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
Right, I can't see anything interesting.
You don't have a reason to. Yet. Nothing.
What is this about?
Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
I don't know. A buoy bobs in the water. The number on it says 11. Alright, guy.
Here we go.
There's our boy.
Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officer.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Gary the crypto-fascist.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
You must be Morel, the cryptozoologist?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
You don't seem too happy to see the RCM.
No, it's all right. I'm just busy. What's this about?
He glances at the cylinder. Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
Waterlock's been fixed. It was fine when I crossed it.
Good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Gary.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long. I just have to
Australians.
do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we go in.
He refastens a bit of netting that has come loose in the
For all
wind.
his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Tell me about this phasmid you're looking for.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
What makes it so difficult?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it
Stick bugs and
disguises
leaf
itself
bugs.
as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case.
What sort of specialized
It's my
techniques?
hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex.
Ooh, it's
But
got
I
like a
cannot
pheromone
describe
cloaking
how
thing.
these defences work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
How big is this phasmid?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm.
Ooh!
So,
Oh, that's a big stick bug. He leaves the conclusion up to you.
Seems puny, to be honest.
Why are you so interested in the stick bug? It doesn't seem to be as colorful as some of the other cryptids I've heard about.
typical rookie assumption. Insects
Hey,
are much
man.
more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defences, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
He shakes his head. Well, what have you discovered about it so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet.
He holds
That's
up an
what
index
makes it a
finger.
cryptid.
But if no one can prove it exists, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
The cryptozoologist says, brusquely enough that even he seems taken aback by it.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Lena said there's been a sighting of it here in Martinez.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out?
I have to resist the thought. Such
He shakes
an
his head vigorously.
extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Uh-oh. Parthenogenesis.
Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
It's pretty clever. I admire that.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
Well, tell me more about these traps.
They may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly.
Ooh.
So I'm sure they'll do the trick.
He points at the cage of mesh and wiring on the ground. Lena
Yes.
designed them? He says with some pride. How do they work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
What's your bait?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Based on what, though?
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Carnivorous stick insect seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism.
Not a big fan of skepticism, this one.
What do you do if the traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
Let me ask you about
Yes.
something else.
What?
How did you become a
I've just always
cryptozoologist?
liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up, if you prod a little.
So you're living your childhood dream out here.
It's not child's play, just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
Ah, my stupid vape thing. Have you ever discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
So how many cryptids have been
Of
found?
the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long. About 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
So over 50% then. Like, that's a lot of...
2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation,
Only
and
2?
data collection.
Oh, my guy, statistically,
Yes,
that's rough.
the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Hugo Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
Then the Insulindian phasmid will be the 3rd.
Indeed.
He does not smile,
If
just
our
looks you in the
expedition
eye.
is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
So why not just be a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too.
I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is
You're not that
superstition.
respectable.
Everyone does.
I don't. Actually, I'm going to say cryptozoology trumps most of the garbage I've seen people do.
My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
And has anything truly surprising ever happened to you?
As I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
So what kind of evidence do you use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
Very open mind.
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
He's a conspiracy theorist. So you think other scientists don't listen to ordinary people enough?
Establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth.
The truth!
And both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places.
Thanks for explaining
Yes.
that. How about something else? Let's talk about
All right.
specific
What
cryptids.
cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
We would have to discuss. He
He wants to say.
but decides against it. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Ooh, okay. So, which cryptid did you almost catch? You said before that you almost caught one. I need to ask him about specific cryptids. Yeah,
A
let's
willow
talk about that.
person. It's a long story. One non-specialist would find rather dull.
I disagree. I'm very interested.
Willow people? Not at all.
What are willow people?
They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees.
He says in a self-explanatory, everyday
Very, very thin.
manner.
Almost flat, in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here.
Wait, so I may have seen these willow people without knowing it.
Probably have.
How'd you almost catch a willow person?
Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paints. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself.
A surefire
After
plot,
waiting in
Looney
hiding
Tunes
for
shit.
hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow dashing through the grove.
And then?
I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
The lavender shadow?
It sounds like we were snacking on funny mushrooms. But I did see motion and colour. Mine is not a confirmed sighting of a cryptid, however. Much goes into verifying these things, and my account comes short of a few standards.
Alright.
He makes it a real point here. to sound falsifiable.
I know about Cryobacter catlensis.
Oh, everyone knows about that one. Thanks to Professor Mijanu being the talk of the town for a time.
He coughs in his fist.
Although, probably because her life ended as a result of her work in Gutler. No one remembers her contributions to the search for the Nong-Ok.
Tell me about the Nong-Ok.
A flightless cursor owl found in the Seminine Isles. Its long legs permit the Nong-Ok to run faster than any other avian, perhaps any other animal. Who knows?
Like an ostrich.
When it's not hunting its prey in this manner, the Ock hangs from tree branches, like a bat, waiting to dive on hapless prey below on the jungle floor. Mijanu liked extreme animals, you see. One of the few figures of the academic establishment I respect. Really a shame she disappeared.
When did she disappear?
Oh, decades ago. In the 30s. I didn't know her personally, of course. The chasm of academic pretension still stood before us, even though she had unusual courage for someone from the other side.
So even the cryptozoology field has fractured into traditionalist and revolutionary factions. So I know the biggest cryptid,
That's
the giant of
impressive, I
Cobonair.
guess. But have you seen it with your own eyes?
No, I'm gonna tell this
course
guy
you
the truth.
haven't.
He seems satisfied. Have you seen
I
it?
haven't had a chance to travel to Coco North. No. And I likely never will. The
Then what's your
Samasil
deal?
Desert region has been embroiled in a small civil war for the last 8 years.
Lena's husband's kind of a prick.
I fear this mindless barbarism may have wiped out the elusive creature entirely. Sightings of towering luminosities have grown rare recently, while they once used to be constant.
Yes, sightings of mirages are constant. A mirage is a constant phenomenon that people have no time to report when a war is going on. It remains unclear what this has got to do with you seeing it, as he was inquiring before. He was just being defensive.
I know all about the kind green ape. Look, I even have a kind green ape pen.
I see you've been talking about cryptids with Lena. The kind green ape is one of her favourites.
A warm wave passes him. Of course, the kind green ape is her favorite, he thinks.
She is
We
nice.
travelled to South Safra to look for it once. Gary and I got stuck in a rainstorm, though, and had to spend most of our time there in a little village. The search was fabulously unsuccessful, but the people were very nice. I'm glad they didn't understand what Gary was saying about them.
What? South Safra? They're just on a different rung of the ladder, Morale. I had no problem with them.
The crypto-fascist.
You kept complaining about how dirty everything is, but we digress.
They're a nascent culture. I just didn't feel comfortable.
I hate this guy.
And let's change the topic, okay? Talk about your critters. Or whatever.
He mumbled something.
Yes, back to cryptozoology. You don't want to sow disagreement between friends.
Tell me about a cool cryptid. Any
No
cryptid.
offence, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't persuaded me to go back to field research. You should ask her if you want interesting stories.
So he's the hunter and she's the teacher.
Me? I'm not a people person, unless you haven't noticed. And I don't make a
No,
good
I've
lecturer.
noticed, you
My
dick.
strength lies in field work and persistence.
He brushes an errant strand of hair from his eye. Enough tales then. Let's change the subject. Lena seems pretty eager for you to return.
And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
He looks south, where Lena would be.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not.
He yells in
Won't
response.
let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the Phasmid somehow.
Didn't know the Phasmid was so important to Lena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it.
Ooh.
A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
She sighted the Phasmid. She did tell me
Yes.
that.
That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Needless
Guy,
to
are
say,
you alright?
You must ask her about the mysterious Phasmid.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian Phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Ooh. This is a bucket list kind of thing.
No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the Phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this.
What if I check the traps for
Wouldn't
you?
expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
He looks at you with obvious surprise. Cryptozoology and detective work are very similar. Chaos is my method. I am its scion. I'm all in with this cryptid shit. I'm
But
hooked.
the bug I see. It's easier to get caught up in the search than you'd imagine.
So what do I do if there's a Phasmid? Let's see. Where are the
There
traps?
4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's
points
very
south.
near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand
Okay, I
dune
passed
there,
that earlier.
on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them,
He gestures to the trap in front of him.
you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
What if I do if there's a Phasmid
Bring
in one
it
of
to
them?
me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
And if I encounter it in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do,
He takes out a small
I'll
white spray
you
can.
with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of muscle.
I got
and
bug
research
juices.
chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Lay it on me. Thick. Just lay it on me.
Wise choice.
He douses you with the odd-smelling spray and then gives you a satisfied nod. I'm
Thank
ready.
you
Let's
for
get
your
to it.
help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask.
All right.
You're being sensible. I'll start packing right now.
Okay, we got our level up. Thank God. Unlock. Yes. Wumpty-dumpty-dum art set. Oh, it's only 42 minutes. Okay, we'll put that on after we talk to Gary. We want that suggestion.
Hello, I'm Gary. Very generous of you to help us out, officer. I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Not a lover of the great outdoors?
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Oh, degenerates. That's my crew. Sadly, I think I might be a drunk or a degenerate. Maybe even both. Yeah.
Dark times will do that to good men.
Ooh. Do you know anything about the man hanged behind the whirling in rags?
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. Great.
Hold on
Great to hear
1
someone's
second, guys.
finally
I need to
taking
use
care
both
of
my
that.
hands for just a moment. So you do know
No,
something
no.
about it.
Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary. But everyone here knows that. I'm just glad to hear you're looking into it. That's all.
He's not feeling very comfy in his clothes, is he? strange.
Is this your mug?
My mug? Why would you think that?
You look like the kind of guy who might have a collection of mugs like this in his colonial mug collection. You can see.
I may have had a similar looking mug in the past. That's all.
Still seems suspicious. Did I mention the mug was found at the scene of the lynching?
Okay, I admit it.
Ah, this is the
Threw
guy whose
mug
apartment
away
we
in the
opened.
trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to find me, are you?
I would, but I don't know how. Nah, Gary, I just want some information.
Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again.
I'm trying to change the thread on a tank, but oof.
Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
Oh, it's only foreigners.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
So how did you get in the trash container?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
Why would you need to get into everyone's
So
trash?
I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Bohemians run it like a mob.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanged in the behind the whirling rags, into that
Officer,
trash container?
Please, let me explain. It's not like that.
Do.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Yes, yes. What happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the whirling
Well, this guy might know where some of the armor
along
is.
with a broken mug.
That might be why he's uncomfortable. He changes his mind mid-sentence.
Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Alright. Come on. Come on, tank.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series
Ooh,
of
yeah.
like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor.
Ceramic armor.
I've heard this sound before, but where?
What's that strange sound, Gary? You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
Gary, you're lying to me.
You should observe it more closely after this topic is concluded.
What's that strange sound, Gary?
What sound?
That clinking I just heard
Really?
when you moved. He fans his arms out slowly, and this time his motions are soundless. Alright. Hopefully this thing is now tight enough to get a seal, and it's not going to try and freak out about the coil being changed. Give me one more second.
There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby.
I'm tired of this guy lying to me. Chat is quiet. Rob, you there?
The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
Let's move
I
on
hope I
for
can help
now.
your investigation, in my small way.
He's
Don't
visibly
be so
relieved it's
relieved
over.
yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation?
Ooh, so are you a cryptozoologist too?
I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
Hey, Tiff's here. Scary. You live in an apartment. You live nearby in an apartment in Martinez?
Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
You're a big Man from Helmdall fan?
How?
Ridiculous. I saw that ridiculous poster in your apartment, along with all your other colonialist memorabilia.
Why were you in my apartment, officer?
Mr. Everett Clare asked me to get your door open. Figured I'd take a look around while I was at it.
So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him. What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
That's right, the muscle! The man looks around, whispering. He makes sure that no one hears you
As he
talk.
lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but he doesn't like you.
I was probably talking too loud in the whirling the other night. About some theories. Stupid. Shouldn't have run my mouth loud like that. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
Why is he shifting around like that?
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
Yeah, this guy's not really striking me as a pinnacle of workout ethos. There's something worn underneath it.
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
You know, Gary, I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat
I knew
gear.
you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once.
We're wearing it as a trophy.
I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt
This
torso.
shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
He's getting
Later,
naked.
Morale.
Don't worry about it.
I've got apologizing to do.
Give me that armor.
He
Now.
sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat.
Why did you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
He looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here.
That makes it okay, because he's a foreigner, and because I'm a fascist.
Only
Fuck
the
you,
cuirass
Gary.
was left. So I stripped it off him.
I mean,
It was
granted,
early in
this
the
guy
morning.
did suck,
No
but
one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
why did you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I
He
should have
says,
told you
staring
the
at nothing in
moment
particular.
I saw you. But
Hang on 1 second, y'all. I got a little bit of technical futzing to do with this thing. The one thing I most regret about quitting smoking via the whole vape method is that now I have to do minor electronic engineering in order to get my nicotine. I'm not really a techie guy, so it's a little rough. And something is interrupting the circuit that I'm trying to make. We can't have that. So I gotta bring out the pliers and the grips. Paper towel after paper towel after paper towel.
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
He's making it up to me.
I'll explain.
Personally. Okay, do you know who killed the
I
hangman?
always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word. I don't know, and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore.
Are we done here, Gary?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
Thank you for your cooperation, little douchebag. Hey, it's 2 pieces down, baby! Alright. Please to hold. This should hopefully do it. So many things happen behind the scenes, you know, because of the secret masters. Racist, anti-Semitic fox. Well, hell. Looks like that's just going to have to be a full coil change. Damn it. People are just scared of the truth. Dork. Let's take a look at +1 pain threshold, +1 volition, and -1 empathy. Mania of the invulnerable. This vitreous enamel... Whoop. No. No. This vitreous enamel... This vitreous enamel cuirass fits snugly and redistributes kinetic energy across its countless wide plates. Amazingly, it fits under your coat. It also makes a pretty porcelain sounds when shaken. Let's put it on. Ooh. +2 encyclopedia, -1 perception, +1 savoir faire, -1 visual calculus. Ooh, a fallen peepo, +2 logic, ultimate peak focus, and -1 perception. Ruffled grouse taxidermy. The dead body of a grouse stuffed with some unknown material. From a distance, it might just pass off as the real thing. The bird itself looks extremely ruffled and slightly grumpy. Quran 33. This one has hell written on the back. Cannot be further from the truth. It's the Boomiers, and Quran, the nicest district in Revachol West, is enjoying a sun-drenched day. Tall and handsome buildings rise from the riverside. Steel, iron, and yellow limestone, with cloud shadows sliding on the facades. Folded library
The
card.
library card is folded into 2 and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53.
Billy Mejean. Is that our dead man?
Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. you find a list of books written in blue pencil.
Oh.
Radio thriller. Stand a little less between
This is
me
the
and
working
sun.
class woman that we
The last one in
hugged.
the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned.
Oh no.
Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Let's look at
If
the
lost,
backside.
please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours 900 to 1800. You should first decide what to do with the corpse before taking any further actions. Talk to Kim about it.
All right. First thing, let's think about this. Wompty Dom Art Center. And let's go check the traps. There's one.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring.
Let's look around.
Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. The reeds rustle confidently. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid bulging on them.
It's a bust. No giant stick bug here, boys. The next one was back over this way. Oh, that's... yeah, okay. This is the formality
This
one.
is the trap Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. But the reeds by the abandoned campsite hiss and shake.
Mm-hmm.
It's good the cryptozoologists left. This isn't a very cozy place to stay night after night. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. You feel strange, somehow.
1 second, y'all. Let's reach
This
for the
trap
trap.
is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside. Man, it's lonely doing this alone. The wind seems to howl in a strange manner.
I miss Kim. Alright, 2 traps down. Next trap was up here, and the last one was by our car.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist.
Let's look
The
around.
reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year.
Let's reach for the trap.
Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
3 for 3. Okay. Let's enjoy the desolation for just a moment as I manipulate other things with my hands. Ah. Nope. Well, Amanda must have just gotten home. The dog has bolted. 1 second, please. All right. Let's see. We don't want to mess with that until we can buy our interfacing up a bunch. Fortunately, we have some stuff to do. Hardcore! Yellow moss on these stones. They're probably stolen from someone's garden. Let's see, which way was it? Heh. No. It was across the bay this way back to the old fishing village. Inside, you hear the cozy sound of some kind of heater, sputtering.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted. The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack. Cozy. You see the waves, the sea, a church. Old science fiction magazines, books about birdwatching, an almanac from 39. The floorboards creak under your step. This intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. Please hold. Listen to that musical, nice atmosphere kind of.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror.
No.
A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Shaving the right call?
The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
Nah. Not gonna fool me with that, no, sir. Ooh, a Koroyev jacket. Is that a mirror?
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
Nope, still can't. Still can't do anything about that yet. But hopefully soon. We're not here to sleep yet. Right, last trap should be somewhere around here. At Land's End.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Hold up. Don't you mean the
Not
scene
as
of the
such.
crime?
I'm talking about what came after the party scene.
Does look like a lot
Looks
of folks
like they
party
were
here.
a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Guess I'll be on my way. There it is.
It takes you a moment, but finally you spot the last of Morel's traps. This one's partially obscured by the reeds. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete north. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again, always the cold. The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here. No locust. No phasmid either, but still.
Let's look closer still.
Nothing. No traces of the locust or the
It's not
insulated
Yell.
phasmid. What happened? The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground. The reeds continue to hiss around you as you put the empty trap back on the ground. Time to consult the professionals, Morel and Lena.
All right, we got stuff to do in town. Let's check how much longer we got on our Wompty-Dom Center. A little bit. Come on, Harry, you can do it. We got $65.72. What's that? Footfall within. Not human. Only a dog and no more. A dog.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
I can't afford it yet. Let's see, what other stuff do I have? Nope, wrong button. Wrong button. I need the fuel canister. I don't want to sell all of those. I still think I need this, the production memory. Maybe I'll get some more money along the way. I could turn in my stuff, my tear. I've been picking up bottles. I gotta talk to Kuno. Well, shit lied to me about the
Repair
armor.
machine your bottles clunk into the machine.
Oh, a
and
whole
the money-
$1.10. Okay. Let's go talk with Kuno and then give this grouse. Because I have to keep enough money to pick up my dice
Kuno's
and afford
like
rent
Kuno's
in
dad.
case.
Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
I have
Yeah,
more questions about the crime
kingdom
scene.
of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it?
No, not that.
Yeah, whatever. The fuck about
The
it?
body.
Just
Seen
a
anybody
lone pig
suspicious
trying to
around?
sugar talk some kids. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno.
Right.
Testing Kuno's patience, yeah.
Get lost.
Let's talk
The
about your
fuck do
shack
you want
again.
with it? Oh,
What was
that.
with the pig head?
Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Like some kind of
Yeah.
musician?
Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs, live, fucks their heads off.
I doubt
Kuno's
it.
a cop killer.
I don't think he does.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't Kuno do...
Now let's see. Run the number on the victim's armor. We'll call Alice back in the morning. Still need to figure out. Find all the armor pieces. 17 communist points. 3 people killed. 2 honor. 5 good cop, bad cop. 1 ultra liberal. 1 boring cop. I could be Apocalypse Cop or Superstar Cop coming up. Let me work. I'm gonna start drinking if I don't. Hey, Manana, you know anything about them shoes?
How can I help you?
Weasel I visited.
Yeah.
Turns out he has one hell of a colonial mug collection.
Apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole.
Yes, his mug collection certainly represents antiquated social values. See how we're all busy concentrating on the racist mugs? That's what the ruling class wants.
Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work.
He touches his
Thanks for
beret.
helping out, friend.
Yeah, do you know anything about the Hardy Boys?
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility.
And who gave them that
They're
responsibility?
sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Good talking to you. Alright, let's go chat with Everett. Then we'll take a quick break so I can change this coil.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes.
Ivy Sorig,
Special
hello!
whirling borscht. Water Everard's
Special
plants.
whirling borscht.
Sweep office floor.
Nah,
More
man, if
banners.
I shave my chin, then I lose the bicolored beard.
All items on the list.
it's
have been
my best
crossed out,
feature.
and the note itself is crumpled.
Besides, I can't grow the chops in thick like Harry.
Doesn't look too incriminating, but still feels like a find.
Let's browse through the
Hundreds of
folders.
documents containing logistical data. 2 kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Coulon, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts
So
where the
Everart's
inputs are being sold.
Everart's fully in on the drug trade part of it.
You already went through all of these.
Let's take another look at the note.
Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes.
Okay, let's go
Special
chat with
word
Leo about
washed.
it.
Water Everart's plants. Sweep office floor. More banners.
All right.
All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled. The drawer slides shut smoothly. The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you...
I can't afford to make random phone calls at this point. I'm too poor. Kim's not here, so no one can scold me.
2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marsh. On. Arrête. Off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Ho, ho, ho. It's a long cutscene.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. This crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container. Who can say? All you know is, it's special. The crane does not return to its original position.
Ooh.
Does not move at all.
Well, Inland Empire says it's special, and we always trust our intuitions.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Hey there, sugar.
The container door appears unmoved by your attempt at flattery.
You're a fine piece of engineering. Do you know that?
The door does not respond to your advances. Is it possible that it seems somehow more closed than before? Why does this situation feel so familiar? Do you have a history of propositioning inanimate objects? No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container.
There's gotta be something inside the
Turn
container.
handle to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked.
Rhetoric impossible. Persuade the door to open.
Why are you even trying to...
Oh, I was almost so close. Because getting physical wasn't an option?
Have I been summoned? No one needs you. Go away.
Well, nothing more to do here for now. Oh, I'm gonna talk this door open. Alright, easy Leo.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo. Sure,
Leo,
mister.
Leo.
Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself.
Are you Leo who wrote the note to make more banners?
Yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
Tell me about this borscht.
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started.
The little guy chuckles merrily.
It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Mr. Renadon's boar dogs? What do you mean this, by taking the soup to the men? Is it for striking?
Yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Who makes
Oh,
it?
The whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
I'm gonna look into this.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
Okay. Breakthrough imminent.
Dumpty Dum Center. You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
Whoa! Encyclopedia passives give 10 XP and plus 2 real, but I get minus 2 suggestion because I'm a pretentious wanker. Fucking worth it. Oh man, for Art Cop, I do so many encyclopedia passives. I wish I had that ages. This is not a fishing rod, is it? It's... Everard.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
I opened the door you asked me. Can we discuss the murder now?
I'm glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
I did go inside. Weasel had the flag of old Revachol on the wall. Or I may have gone inside, seen a collection of racist mugs. I may have gone inside, seen a collection of racist mugs.
Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. Pissing on Everart's Rainbow Coalition. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is going to start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is going to be good.
I hate this dude. I've heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about it.
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
I'm
Harry,
listening.
This strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
Like our victim.
A security contractor. Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
I can imagine that. That's what they did the last time that you guys tried to build the revolution. Yeah.
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it.
Oof.
Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Hold on, you have a village elephant?
No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the village. But the mercs and their brutality are very real.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see.
Yeah, I
If
bet.
I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
Wait, they just move the container,
Yes,
the whole thing.
I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. The
His face
killers
turned
the company
serious.
hired, I think there were 3 of them. all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey.
I need to know who this person he assaulted was.
That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
But how did he end up hanging from that tree?
What you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
The whole neighborhood is in on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners,
thugs,
guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
Who exactly
There's
did
a militant
the pushing?
Wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
These are your Hardy
That
Boys.
Sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you. Idealistic people who want to make sure that bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
You believe they killed the hangman?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Are you not afraid that we are going to arrest them?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
You mentioned a lawyer girl.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
There's a part of me that kind of respects Liz, even though she is stonewalling me. So how do you know that the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's
He slams his fist on the desk.
It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you think the security contractor organized the scabs?
Harry? Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
Name of the company is Krenel this time. Might have been Sediment before.
Of course. You're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius.
He's buttering me up.
Because people like me.
Let's change the subject. I don't want to tell this guy everything.
By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
Tell me about Titus Hardy.
Oh, they are simply fine young men. All 7 of them. Exemplary union
Except
members,
I know that there are 8.
Always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
What more can you tell me? Second in command? Who the most violent is?
Harry, they're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Revachol in mind.
Uh-huh.
Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
I'm not gonna ask for this guy's help. Fuck that.
Was it a good tour? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And, of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left, so you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are. I got more communism points,
You're
pal.
saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is. Company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out. Will you help me?
What would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
And what are these signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates.
Off drugs and on roller skates? I don't buy
There's a
it.
nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it.
Ah, he's gonna sell out the fishing
I
village.
just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
You mean the fishing village?
Yes, yes, the little cul-de-sac on the coast, where all the men have drowned, in either the sea or the bottle. A gloomy place, doesn't have that Union attitude.
You're already pretty deep into this. What's a little more? No one can see you here in Martinez.
What'll happen to the current
They're
occupants?
just going to have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
I don't believe
Is
it.
he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
You're 100% sure no one's gonna end up
Am I?
homeless?
Harry, these
The big man
people,
shakes his head in disbelief.
Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're going to build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up, and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbour.
Fine. If I happen to be out there, I can ask them.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
He hands you an open white envelope.
You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist.
So I've just finished investigating the local drug trade.
Got a lot of spirit clearing up the drug problem alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now, let's talk real business.
He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably just a small nuisance to him.
I met Joyce, the company representative.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry,
greasy
is that this is
motherfucker.
not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Just
We're
pals?
all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I helped you get the body down. And I'm helping you find your gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
I told Joyce that I met you.
It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told her everything we've talked about, it's absolutely fine.
What happened to the previous negotiator, Mr. Gaumont?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
He made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
You called him a midget.
Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
This shifty
It's
motherfucker.
hard to say if he really lost his temper, or if this is another one of his tricks. This man almost never angers visibly.
Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances.
Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
It's got a mean, misogynistic
there was
streak.
no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Funny, Joyce didn't mention any casserole.
Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
That
This
much is
motherfucker.
true. His heart truly is in it. Though you wouldn't think so by looking at him.
So why haven't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
It's a fortress. He knows she can't get in here. He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Fair enough.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this...
He makes an all-encompassing gesture.
Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everard doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now. This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay.
I'm gonna leave now, but we might talk again later. I'm gonna ask what's in the container.
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
There's something special about it. It was attached to the Gvalsund crane.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container.
There we go.
You should at least try convincing it.
See you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
The big man raises his hand in farewell. God, I hate this oily motherfucker. Okay. What did we use last time to try and get the crane? Rhetoric? Hang on a sec. I need you to pop down, Bubba. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You're back before the cargo container.
Yeah, rhetoric.
Its draw has not lessened since you were last here.
Well, heck. Let's go on ahead and pop a point in rhetoric.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not... And
nope.
As it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind.
Maybe. I still think that I can charm my way into that container. It's me, handsome cop. I'm a smooth-talking son of a gun. Okay, in here. Let's go check out this soup. Ah! Do you have anything that I can unlock?
Into a
no,
kind of
conceptualization.
snow limbo, man.
God, I have failed so many checks. Alright. Hey, buddy.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Yeah, and as your wife vetoed the shaving suggestion, yeah, same. She's seen my chin. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not me.
Gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
Hey, buddy, what's in that borscht you're making
there? The man
there?
says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his, and then seems to wait for you to speak. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Mercury Rising.
Borscht need more vodka?
Oh, he's keeping him drunk.
I love it, Bratan. Turn it the fuck up and then ask for some yourself.
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
No, vodka. Turn your fingers counterclockwise. Cut it.
Gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
You know what's behind that door?
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Got some impressive pots there.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
All right, buddy. Stay masculine.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
I'm basically also a cryptozoologist now. Nah, I was just doing my job, ma'am. It was a truly epic long-distance trek.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude.
Eight-eyed Terratorn tie.
Mexican origin. The pin is an antique. Quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Terrifying. You never told me you'd seen the phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
I do.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
It's just that I also need to change a coil while I do it, so...
The size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Give me just a sec here. Well, why is that doing that?
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait. Where was this, and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5 and a half in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
What happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it.
She had no fear. just surprise.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there, knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
Then
I
what?
ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk.
This coil is
and told her
screwed.
they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
So he was the first person to take her
We were on a
her
date.
story
Can
seriously.
you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
Like a rattle.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
You were on a date?
Our first, yes.
The old woman looks at her husband tenderly. Its limbs are white?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
I'm not going to imply that she imagined it. I don't think that will help me. Well, thank you for
You're
sharing this
welcome,
with me.
sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Well, I checked them.
Good. Okay. And?
One of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Yes, there was nothing in the traps. No locusts, no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
Maybe some other predator?
That's not ideal, but...
He rubs his chin.
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
Start to worry that
She's
these people might be
engaging in a
delusional.
well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct them.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
Yes, that's exactly what this is. What a deft hunter, this phasmid.
Of course. Be sarcastic.
He misinterprets your
Unless you have
words.
an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture, mine stands, okay? Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional.
Yeah, man.
This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now.
Back the hell up,
Some
Moral.
great news too. My gratitude and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol is yours.
I'm guessing that the Société Cryptozoologique is like 8 guys.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened? Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft?
Interfacing. Yeah, let's do it.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
I think a little fucker named Kuno might have stolen the locusts.
What would a child want with bugs?
Yeah, man, why do kids care about bugs?
Dear Morel, you've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
Yeah, I'll talk to the little bugger.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs. Morel, it's been fun.
He looks at his tea.
But I need a bath, and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Gary. You've been more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though. We're gonna follow this through.
Did you know that Gary was hiding the armor?
I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks. But
yeah, like the racism.
Disloyalty are not one of them.
I don't know what got into him, officer. Thank you for letting him off easy. He won't forget it. We'll make sure he won't.
I'll get going. All right, Gary.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law.
Okay, good. He's got nothing else to say, and I don't want to talk to him anyway. Gart, baby! I found a new bird for the whirling.
What is this thing?
It's no biggie. Just thought it would look nice on the wall. I'm that kind of cop.
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
So about my bill for tonight.
20 real.
Yeah.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
How could anyone forget, asshole?
Another thing. Great.
Nope.
I love those.
Okay.
Yes.
Goodbye. Thought maybe buttering up with a bird would help, but here we are. Let's raise up our authority? Let's try.
It's you again. What is it?
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
Where have I seen this before?
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time.
We're gonna have a cop-off! Dun 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 dun! Cop-off! I get it, Titus. You guys really are the authority around here. It must be. You're just like real cops, drinking beer and sitting around with your dicks in your hand.
Got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
No. No, I'm also a big fan of beer and jerking off instead of helping people. I have a beer problem, but not a problem with beer. I also have no idea how to do my job, like you. No, I'm drunk on the job too. I don't give a shit, just like you guys. Not quite there yet. Push on. I'm also a big fan of beer and jerking off instead of helping people.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
What? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink.
He picks the beer up.
One more push. Quick.
It's not about who did it, it's about the victim. She needs help.
Titus?
He looks at her.
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You want to help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Lacia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags. A real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit. Blonde.
I've met her.
That's Amonju with an O-U.
Shit. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Miss Oranje, disco dancer.
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Keep your cool, keep your cool. Nope. Nope.
Cool.
Cool.
With your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
Cool.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
So what was her relationship with the mercenary?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Brutal? Okay.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
So, the rape, when was that?
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
Means I could establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
He turns to Glenn.
Here you go, boss.
Tall blonde throws him a can. Titus cracks it open. So, what is your relationship with her?
I know her.
He looks around and an uncommon silence fills the room. Okay, cool. How well though?
Enough, Copper. We party. She's been here for a few months.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck tighten.
So she's not from around here?
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Oranje disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
All these dudes got a crush on her.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
He slaps his forehead.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
So you said you partied. Cool, that's cool. But what did you mean?
What do you think I meant?
Sex? Drugs and karaoke, right?
Yes, and no. Got something to say about it?
So you're saying the two of you were close?
No, we just fucked. that's all.
Mmm.
I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
Oh God, please tell me that my dick's not out.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now.
Thank you. I'll talk to her.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
He points his beer can at you. I'm gonna take off now. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Hey. Now that I've established my authority.
A ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key. Someone hid the key in the bush and attached the yellow ribbon to make it easier to find. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Someone's hid a key in the bush.
Huh?
I need your guys to hand the key to me.
And I need the fatty to get his feet amputated because the smell is killing me. We can't always get what we want.
God damn it, Dennis. You know I can't help it.
His whiny voice is in deep contrast with his stature.
Fucko. These guys won't help you. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. The hawthorn's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch, and slides it across the table.
Thank you. Thank you, Theo.
The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in...
I'm tired of listening to your shit.
Thank you.
Off yourself. Make it up to me, cop. I still got my money on that.
Does anyone know why the key was hanging right outside the Union Box window?
Didn't even know it was there.
The man looks at the key in your hand, then around the room.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
I wonder what doors
That's
does it
an
open.
older building. Who knows?
Oh, it might be the blue one. But if it is, we gotta wait to be...
You.
We're gonna talk to Kim.
Why are you wasting your time?
Are you the Hardy girl?
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Aww.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
Are you Lizzie?
Not...
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes. In the way she stands. In her face. You caught her off guard. Push her some more.
Easy Leo told me about you. He likes to talk a lot. Let's see. Hardy? Not yet. I had another question.
No. Talk to Titus.
Why are you so aggressive?
Listen.
Okay, I already did this one.
So ask what you came to ask. Or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian.
Right, she doesn't take us seriously.
It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
Fair enough. What else do we have? Let's go talk to Kuno about it.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about any missing locusts?
Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame.
The little one seems distraught.
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison.
Hold on here. No one is lame. Just tell me what happened.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out.
Okay, I'm off.
Kuno doesn't...
You garbage little gremlin man. The sound of melting snow dripping off the roof. It's strange. It's crawling with locusts in here.
The hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows. Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants.
He cares about,
Sounds like you found the locust, detective.
What is
Heaps of
this?
leaves are rotting among the mud-caked towers. Dozens of little locusts feed on them, buzzing away with vicious joy. Kuno has really outdone himself here. It's an ode to self-expression. It's the work of a self-taught visionary.
I should go and ask him to stop, then. Why would I want him to stop? I think this is good. Or at least decent enough for him.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno...
I know you took the locusts.
Kuno took the bugs, so what?
He says slowly, meeting your gaze with sullen defiance.
So it wasn't the phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
You say you don't give a fuck about bugs, and you go and build a whole bug town. I was really hoping it'd be the Reed phasmid that ate him.
Well, Kuno's all you got, bitch. It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
Stop!
She wails from behind the fence, then buries her face in her hands.
Stop. It's like their fucking night. Locust City, Night City, City of Rage.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
Steve Ray, what are you, some kind of artist now?
Maybe I am.
He says, looking you straight in the eye.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
Hold on. Did I hear you right? You said I.
Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says whatever the fuck he wants. There are no rules here, pig.
He steps closer.
I fucking say I when I wanna, and Kuno when I wanna. Kuno's free. Kuno's free to fucking die, bitch.
This is what he sometimes does when things get tense.
It's great, Kuno. It's cool to make art.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in
Ha
3 seconds!
I'm a pretentious wanker.
Kuno!
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
He tears the buttons of his shirt, trying to rip them open.
Kuno
They don't give way.
Into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
A leaden silence fills the yard.
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window.
Me and Kuno have discussed this. I promised I won't do that.
I don't believe you.
She disappears entirely behind the fence.
For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face. Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation. You got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's traps alone.
I need you to stop taking locusts from the traps. The cryptozoologists are trying to find something very important. Those locusts are big.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno.
I have to ask, what does the city of locusts mean?
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck.
He turns his burning face up to the falling snow.
You really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
So what's going to happen to the locusts?
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die.
Okay, well, now that that's settled, I better be off.
What are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
The Insulindian phasmid. Get him interested, he mutters to himself.
He recognizes the name.
Wait, you know what the Insulindian phasmid is?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
Poor Kuno. Nobody understands what drives Kuno, the things that move his soul. Nobody knows what deep, dark plumbing of the very depths of his inner and outer eddies he must endure. Something down there. The musty smell of a potato cellar in spring emanates from the air vent. Well, what's fucking down there? The sea breeze carries more than salt. Meat. Not rotten, not fresh. Grilled. You hear the sound of running water. Someone's washing dishes.
The door is closed again. Nothing to do here anymore. You hear someone inside, walking from room to room. Whoever lives here must be back home.
Oh, Gary, you nutty little fascist. Cindy, I need your brush.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
That isn't a fresh paint smell coming from the wall. She's using heavy fuel oil.
So you won't talk about the murder. Maybe you can tell me something about the murder victim's missing armor?
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Isn't armor art? Art for the body?
Alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one.
Ooh.
I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell.
Could that girl have been little Lily? It's not a bad place to start.
I know a little girl in the village.
Could have been her. Small kid with giant white armored hands. If you've seen one of them, you've seen them all.
I need some paint and your brush
What
too.
for?
Let's see. It's for art. It's for art, okay?
Well, if it's for art, but what kind of art are we talking about?
Everything is sad and shit, and we need art to make it okay. Just give me the brush.
Sounds like you're just about to live out your self-pity, not make a statement. I can't have shit art on my conscience.
You'll see. You will all see and tremble.
Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck.
Ooh.
Everything, really.
Try to explain my artistic intentions? No.
Paints his own portrait.
I'm gonna paint a self-portrait, but sort of, like from the inside to show people what it's like. No, that sucks.
It's great.
Oh, I have
That's
to.
pretty
That
fucked
sucks.
up. Even for you, Piggo.
What if I add some interpretive dance?
I think everyone would rather you didn't.
Okay, I won't do that. Please give me some paint and a brush. I need to do some art.
Sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it up. Just try not to hurt yourself. And no self-portraits.
Thanks, Cindy.
Oh, but I'm all out of fuel oil.
Yep, catch you later, Cindy. I already got fuel oil. Ha ha! We're almost at the end of the day. Bonjour, madame.
Give me a moment.
Her knuckles white as... an elderly woman is leaning on her broom. Her knuckles white as bone. She seems to have difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
Are you all right? Should I call a doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
She starts coughing. Red spots appearing on her cheeks.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Who are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Do you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Looking for a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, smoker on the balcony?
Yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
She looks at the other end of the hallway.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble. I just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives?
Talk?
The cleaning lady starts laughing, but it turns into a violent coughing spasm. She squeezes her broom, trying to catch her breath.
What's so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
I'm also looking for the parents of a kid named Kuno.
The waiters are at the end of this hallway, right next to the communal bathroom.
I have a few questions about those apartments.
Away, policeman.
Can you tell me about Cindy?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still...
She leans on her broom.
She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
That's all.
Some kind of a response. Then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Thanks, I'm off. The graffito says, a firing squad for the rich. Apartment 8. Their mailbox is overflowing. A note reads, foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates. Bonjour. 16 days of coldest April. Waves crashing in the darkness. Someone has torn down the wall. I'll take some Nosafed. An old grocery list on the table. And checks.
What happened here?
Can't foreclose on an apartment with a hole in the wall.
It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
Except the stuff in the fridge. All right. The door, number 9, is locked. Ooh, Boogie Street 46.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
I don't think I need to talk to anybody in 10. Let's just take the money for now. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall. Ooh.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. No reply.
Boop, boop, boop.
This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps
Ping.
like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
A flamboyant poster of a white star. Real lithography. Photos of revolutionaries posing with guns. Revolutionaries love to pose with their guns. Books of critical theory on the monstrosities of capital and such. My jam! Gained a Samarasian lounge jacket? +1 Inland Empire and +1 Velishid Cryptids Protection? Ooh. I think we're good with our outfit at the moment. What was that item that we got?
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov.
Father Mazov, hero of the working class.
A warm feeling fills you as you look into Mazov's marble eyes. The hallway behind the door is empty. No one else heard your courageous salute.
A communard lives in
Poor
this room.
communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than the closet.
Granted, I've got $50 to my pocket, so it's not like I'm one to talk.
Just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words. The star and
Inspect it
antlers was
closer.
developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is it upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Why white?
Because white is the color of peace.
What does it evoke in me?
Gone. Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways.
Brutal.
You are the big communism builder now. It's you or no one.
No, that's it. There is no singular big communism builder. Can't be done by one, it must be done by all. The box is filled with cleaning chemicals, smells of laundry detergent. Flip-up glasses, the auditor. Eviction notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. An old shoe rack, boots, sneakers, and old slippers. Ooh. Commodore Red. Moss crawls on those bathroom tiles. Actual moss. These shower curtains are covered in some sort of slime. Yo, this place sucks.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno Doroita. No response. The apartment numbers have fallen off the door, leaving the panel with a sticky 1-shaped shadow and a marker drawn 2. Good thing you already have the chain cutters in your hand. Nothing left to do now but snip, snip. It should be easy.
Oh.
It's just an awkward angle. Okay. Door doesn't really open wide enough to really get the cutters through. You can't get the leverage you need. And the cutters are
brutal.
blunt.
Please
and
hold.
The chain is just super strong, okay? It's not your fault you can't cut it. Stupid chain. Come on, try it again. We won't be defeated so easily.
Won't be beat by a goddamn door.
Snip. So much for that goddamn chain. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door. You have bested the titanium menace. Don't let the quiet fool you. The beast is in there somewhere, ready to rip you to shreds with a broken bottle. You can just go in now.
Alright. I'm gonna change this coil real quick. Before I do that, might take a couple minutes of me messing around with stuff, doing interfacing of my own. This game is equal parts like artsy and also incredibly thoughtful and sad, right? Like, get the real sense that this is a piece of art created by somebody who likewise has felt severely disillusioned with the progress of leftism over their life. Oof, it hits real hard for me. Right, like, I'm right there with you guys. I am right there with you. These shoes come in 3 different sizes.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw.
Whoop!
You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Blast it before you face the beast, Deruita. You're going to need the encouragement.
I really don't want to have to do speed to do it. Kuno de Reuter is on the name of the unfinished homework. Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from moisture. He's sleeping.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
What do you mean? Or it's my duty as a cop to investigate every square inch of this world. Hey, I'm not some sort of peeper.
Attaboy, the world's secrets were made.
Jam rock shuffle.
They wait patiently for you to uncover them.
It's from 2 years ago. The erotica? Regular black jeans. The air stinks with something sour.
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka, some towels and a duvet. Some socks even. In the dark, it looks like a nest.
Slowly reach out your hand.
Is breathing. It doesn't give a shit that you're a cop. Stop your hand now, or you're gonna die.
I don't trust you, Half-Light. I just think that you're just afraid. I think that you're more spooked than I am. So, We're not going to listen to you. I am going to cinch this down as best I can. Give me just a minute here.
It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out.
No, man, this is the most violent man in Martinez. We're fine.
Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive underneath it. It's deep in suffering somehow.
Pull the blanket off.
You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth.
Delightful.
You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
I took your amphetamine, old man.
Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body.
Hey, talk to me. Are you even alive?
Stick it out from under the blanket. It seems to be twitching from time to time, like the paw of an animal who's having a bad dream.
So he's like semi-conscious.
And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of a hole. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep.
Let's see if we can hear it.
The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the sound.
Oh, he's thrashy.
A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something.
Okay, thrashy man, tell me what's up.
And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pig, he says. He's trying to call you a pig.
What'd you just say?
His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He's asleep again. The pile
You need
of
help?
blankets grunts. It's hard to say if there's anything left you could do. A change in the socio-economic circumstances wouldn't hurt.
Yeah. You really
The
Kuno's
light
father?
from the window is weak, but it seems like he is. His wild, unwashed mane bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. Don't forget his face, the bloated and reddened cheeks, the bulbous nose. This would be Kuno after 30 years of alcohol and substance abuse. There's still plenty to be scared of here, just not what you thought.
Just doesn't look like you're gonna fuck up anyone anytime soon,
No
little man.
response. A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
I took your amphetamine, old man. Alright, let's get out of here. Now, the big question. A maroon glow of pollution rises from the east. Am I going to give drugs to that 12-year-old? The breaker box is full of cigarette butts and electric wires. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling in the city. Let's put back on our bag and our flashlight. Someone's growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. Just a door. Nothing for you here right now. This is the door to apartment number 29. Complete silence. Whoever lives here isn't home. This is the adored apartment 30. Voices from within, singing along to some buoyant dance track. Can I... Alright. Let's knock on the door.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security.
A reinforced door is weird in this apartment complex.
Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives. No one answers. Looks like he isn't home. You should come back later, after 2100.
Yeah, looks like we gotta. Okay, let's... You know, I think we're starting to get through to Kuno.
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
I think I'm gonna wait. I want to wait until inspiration strikes. I don't just want to go with my first instinct. I really want to let that one simmer.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Speaking of that, I took care of
so
it.
You got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. First, you give Kuno Kuno's kilo, then Kuno gives you half back. That's how we split it. It's the best way, street way.
I'm keeping it. You don't need more drugs. You're 12. No, that's like... Aren't you going to ask how I got past your dad?
Word on the street is, you sent your little friend in dressed as a hooker, distracted him. That's some sick shit. Tell your little slanty-eyed friend, respect from the Kuno. Kuno wants to hear all about it, but first we split the kilo, then we shoot the shit.
This kid's already high. Wow. Sure, why not?
That's heavy.
He waves the minuscule bottle around, then slips it into his coat pocket.
More than half in there. Kuno's fucking honorable like that. Now tell me, how the fuck are you still alive, pig?
I looked around in there. It's not an easy life. No, this kid doesn't like pity. I met your dad.
Yeah, you do some Sambo shit, sneak in. Was the Beano-clad hooker thing real?
Kuno, your dad's a half-dead alcoholic. He was sleeping under... this is what you said. Kim dressed up as a hooker. Full drag. Distracted him.
Fuck out of here. Kuno made that shit up to demean you pigs. But is that why your hooker friend isn't here? Too ashamed to face the cunt?
That was it?
Look, Kuno's not judging. Kuno gets it. Tactical approach and shit. Hooker style. Covert ops. Combat trauma shit. Whatever it takes, right?
He's a half-dead alcoholic. What? He was sleeping under some clothes. His eyes become large and round.
His posture changes. The swaying rooster motion stops for a second. Then he gets it going again, reorienting himself.
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping like a bum. Kuno told ya. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything. Fucking breaking and entering shit. That's nothing to Kuno's dad. You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking violent fiend dad's been drinking hard lately. Kuno knew you have a way in. Narrow window. Kuno window.
Whatever scary thing he might have been, now he is nothing.
Yeah, Kuno's dad is fucking nothing. Fucking coma shit, stroke shit. Kuno's dad is so fucking violent. He's had a stroke many times. Shit. Kuno's gonna have one too. Gonna be just like Kuno's dad. Speed shit, crime shit, fucking on the bed. Kuno's gonna go out like Kuno's dad. Revachol West style.
Stop saying all this sad shit, Kuno.
The whisper comes smaller than usual.
What are you talking sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit.
You don't have to turn into that.
Get your fucking nun ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead.
He punches the air again.
If you brought Kuno 1 gram of speed, you're friends now.
Yeah.
Kuno ain't turning into shit. Kuno is that shit.
Nah, man.
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
Let's conclude this business.
Yeah, pig. This shit is done. Now get the fuck out of Kuno's face. Kuno needs to drop the bomb. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
God, I hate this child. All right. The Jam Rock Shuffle. By now it's clear you like to look inside containers. You like to open doors and see what's behind them. Maybe secrets? Maybe more juicy containers? Let's be honest, you like all containers. Trash cans, utensil trays, manholes, coat pockets. Secret containers left behind by the Philippian kings that hold forbidden relics. Okay, you haven't come across one of those yet, but one day... Wait, is that why you're so hell-bent on opening containers? Do you think you'll find the Holy Scepter and Orbe de Montaigne? I think we wait on that one. I think we go up to our room. We spend a little time reading a book. It's a good way to pass it. Let's see, what was it? Electrochemistry? To try and get our face to stop making...
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Encyclopedia, electrochemistry...
Adorned.
Yeah, all those we still need stuff for. Okay. Let's read the book.
In your hands you hold 16 Days of Coldest April by Yekaterina Dahl. The cover image shows a row of concrete apartments above which span a black and white rainbow.
Feels heavy.
The book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead. It would do that in Grad.
How long is this book?
Through the book, the pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set.
Woo!
It's nearly 600 pages long. Real art is dense and difficult. If it didn't feel like you had to wrestle a suicidal bear to get through it, you weren't really reading. The back cover
says
by a black and white photograph of the author.
What she look
can't
like?
Be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph, and yet, from this cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you.
Start reading.
With cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugo-Grad riots in the 20s. Youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze, while heavily armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young lovers meet each other on the street. Somehow, in the middle of all the chaos, they manage to lock arms and look into each other's eyes. It would physically hurt to keep reading. Are you sure?
Yes.
They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder, completely abandoning his former existence. He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka Polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft.
And the woman?
She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovo fish processing plant. The smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin, as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one.
I've read Russian lit before. This is accurate.
Their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass in solitude. their bodies growing ever more decrepit.
This is terrible.
As life leaves their remains between the soil sheets, their final thoughts are filled with regret.
Let's boost ourselves up. Let's go through that one more time.
In cold, detached as
Right.
ethnic, it would physically hurt.
Right.
They go through
Yeah,
a
that's
brief
fine.
and somewhat awkward love affair.
Damage morale,
and
fine.
in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the. He toils.
Uh-huh,
she
and the
spends
woman.
memory of their short
Why
times
can't I put
as
this book
life
away?
leaves their remains between the soil sheets.
Now we put the book away. Well, that hurt. Now it's after 2100. So I need to go talk with... Let's heal our health up one more time. I don't know how to get up there yet. Although I suspect that the key that I have will open that blue door, but I want Kim here for that. I need my my emotional support cop.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
Sure did, buddy.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds.
Found a key hidden under a stone.
It was mine.
Was it yours?
My friends use it from time to time to visit me.
As he looks at you, something sparkles in his
So
eyes.
tell me, are you here to make things right again?
Honestly, I'm just trying not to screw anything up. I'm not going to make things right. I'm going to make them spectacular. Art cop! He says again, a nearby street lamp casts shadows on his chin, drawing out the slender
I have some
cheekbones.
good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
By the way, I'm really digging the view here.
Mm-hmm. That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Why would I want to meet your friend?
Trust me, you do.
Very well, I'll talk to him, but first I want to talk to you. I have so many questions.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette.
This guy's so evasive.
It's getting dark, and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
But I just found you again.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going
He
to stay in
gestures
on a
towards
night like
distant
this?
motorways, all leading to Golden La Delta. Only if we promise that we'll talk again. It's important.
We'll talk. Just not tonight.
The smoker assures you, brushing his hand through his hair.
All right?
This evasive motherfucker. Well, he says with another disarming smile before slipping off into the night.
Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Hello? A quarterly business magazine. An empty ashtray. This guy said, government issues take me all over Revachol, as you can see. Sumerian conical hat. An exquisite canopy bed made of metal. Someone is always watching. Dishes soaked up in a pot. Flyers for underground parties. Dates for open lectures at a local university. Buckets of paint on a layer of old newspapers. Expensive men's perfume lingers in the air. If stability is ensured, progress will naturally follow. An old photo of the same apartment, dated year 01. In a wider sense, this is actually my apartment, and yours. Party dragon, silk robe. Transparence has always been our highest priority. Okay, Sunday friend.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The man in business casual removes his cufflinks.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain.
No man is my superior. No gods, no masters, no structures, no hierarchies. Anarchist cop!
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur la Clé.
Sur la cliff.
I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Before we go on, I absolutely have to inquire about this wonderful
My
canopy.
friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfy. That's really all I can tell you about it.
He forms a little rooftop with his fingers. Cold air sweeps in from the balcony. What's an official like you doing in Martinez?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Okay, but what are you doing here in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
So you're some kind of bureaucrat?
Yes. As I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur la Clé working for the Institute of Price Stabilité. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter.
What is this international community?
La Communauté Internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
Moralists. And what is the price stability?
It is the most important thing.
That doesn't tell me anything.
It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy.
As an
Maintaining
economist,
the price stability
put him to the
is
wall.
essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of
None of your
employment,
shit is real.
which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
And how does this benefit
Take your
us
daily
exactly?
bread, for example. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stabilité works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Below 2% of what?
But not too far below. No. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
You're not answering my questions
The
at all.
coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
Yeah, sure. Give me a
sound
fucking
monetary
leaflet.
policy is essential for
I'm
addressing
gonna tear this
uncertainty.
apart. You're a monster.
Stability is the raison d'être of the Moral Inter. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information
yeah, just
moral intern's commitment to
I can't give you any of those numbers, but you're gonna have to trust me. It's there, man. Fuck you. I've heard about this moral intern before. I want to know more.
It's the International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the Coalition.
And you are a moralist?
Of course.
But why?
Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
And what is a normal, stable
the
world?
Is part of the normal world. Oranje, sur la clé.
Martinez doesn't seem very normal or stable to me.
No. Martinez is something else.
What about the rest of Revachol? Is it part of the normal world?
Is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Democracy is a meaningless sham as long as the working class is under the boot heel of capital.
Ah, my friend. But the lesson of the revolution is that communism does not work.
It didn't work because the coalition crushed it. Violently.
Oh, yes. The big bad coalition crushed the revolution. Tell me, if the revolution was succeeding, would it have been crushed so easily? Are we really so bad for wanting compromise, peace, and prosperity on reasonable, achievable terms? Ask yourself that. Now, enough of this delightful...
And fuck this guy.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Yeah, tell me about Sur-le-Clef.
Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes.
Yeah, you guys are doing great.
Darling. That can't be an official designation.
What makes Revachol Sur-le-Clef
because
darling?
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Tell me about Oranje.
Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur-la-Clé, Oranje is probably the most prominent member of the international community.
And which one of them is more epis?
As founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje carries a lot of political weight, while Sur-la-Clé takes care of the business side of things. Sur-la-Clé hosts the headquarters of the major EPIS institution.
Okay, but outside of EPIS, what is Oranje?
Economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services and generally acts as an engine for sustainable change in the international community.
But that didn't tell you anything about Oranje.
Could you just talk like a normal person? About Oranje. Just tell me what it's like
very
there.
Urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Like I said, they are an example for less emerged nations to follow. Whatever you wish, officer.
Can you tell me about your friend?
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
And what's
Kedra is a
Kedra?
candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
Meaning?
It's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
What's this EPIS thing you keep talking about?
It's a program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success.
So they went metric?
But kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see.
God, yes. Sweet standardization. The backbone of rationality and commerce.
It was
Unity.
such a success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the moral intern feels emboldened by this success. Emboldened to take EPIS to the next level.
Okay, but like, what does it
Why,
stand
it stands
for?
Progress and stability, like the moral intern.
No, goddamn economist. What do the letters stand
It's
for?
been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited.
This motherfucker. You don't even hear what I'm saying, do you?
Supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident.
It's going to be like this place
You mean
here?
Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy.
Is Revachol going to be a part of EPIS?
Candidate member of EPIS, sure.
Except that candidate members never become full members, do they?
Jerking around. Didn't you say the candidate members never become real members?
Candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time and evaluation.
This guy's a
But
tourist.
We were talking about my friend here, not politics.
Nah, I got more questions. That doesn't tell me about Kedra itself.
It's also known for its mandarin trees and dust storms from Supramundi. Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go. Maybe that's why my friend's Menage decided to emigrate.
Menage? How'd you two become friends?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
You're describing how the coalition occupied
One of the
Revachol.
wonders of democracy is that everyone is allowed to have his own opinion. And not just allowed, encouraged even. Have you ever tried debate?
What do you mean?
Debating. You should consider joining a debating society for adults. I hear they're oodles of fun. I used to have a flyer for one, but now that I started
I don't
thinking
trust
of
this motherfucker.
it was for an improv class anyway. It's this funny theater thing, you know? Very creative. Helps relieve stress.
You're an economist. Your shit's just as made up.
Runs down your spine as you envision a half-dozen people in professional attire standing around a chair, awkwardly pretending to be waiting for a motorbus. It's neither funny nor creative.
Thank you. Thank you, conceptualization. You still haven't told me who he is.
Who?
Your friend, the smoker on the balcony. We were just talking about him. The man throws a quick glance at his watch.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
Fine, but what is his real name?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation.
So all you can tell me about him is that he's here to study the
He's
arts.
deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Which arts?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows?
I hate this
The world
guy.
is open wide for a talented youth like him.
So what are you doing in this apartment by yourself?
I'm just enjoying the view.
What view? It's dark outside,
Listen,
he says, raising his hand.
The baby is crying in the neighboring apartment. Waves crashing in the distance. The sound of sea below the window.
Someone's baby is bawling its eyes out. Start with I can hear the waves.
Insulindian Bay.
What about it?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course.
He likes slumming it.
A few walls have been added here
Right.
and there.
He gets
Leaving some
off
of the tenants
on
without a private bathroom.
having a boy toy in the poor part of town. This motherfucker.
But the million real view stays. You can't take that away.
He knocks on the balcony door, his face mirrored in the darkened glass.
My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's a busy bee.
A busy bee? What an odd choice of words.
Huh.
I'm just enjoying
Isn't it rude for your friend to leave you alone like
We're
this?
old friends. Nothing's taboo between us. He comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's very active.
I had something
I'm
else in
all
mind.
ears, officer.
You actually witnessed the lynching?
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Start from the beginning if you don't mind.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
Meaning it was entertaining?
No. I mean, it was so strange. I could barely believe what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Who were they? Can you describe them?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez.
He pauses, looking for the right wording.
Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
How many of them were
I
there?
couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
Sound familiar? That matches the prints you observed at the scene.
Were any of them huge, like 200 kilograms
That's a
huge?
giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
Did any of them look like drummers?
Drummers? Why, no. But then, I don't know what a drummer is supposed to look like.
What happened next?
Yes, back inside. Keep yourself safe from the killing.
So you didn't actually see the lynching
The
happen?
yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
Were they men, women?
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
That doesn't quite comport with what you know. Don't forget the lady driver.
You sure at least one of them wasn't a woman?
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say for certain.
Yeah, this motherfucker
Was that
can't
a dog?
remember anything. How convenient.
I
What
believe they were mostly
ethnicity?
white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. Well,
All right,
that's
what happened
the
next?
strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
What do you mean nothing happened? They lynched a guy.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
So why didn't you
You're
call
right,
the
but
RCM?
That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock.
Uh-huh.
I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
Can you at least tell me when it
All
happened?
I can say is that it was late.
Didn't check your
My
watch? He
Yes,
looks at his
now I
watch as
know.
though noting it for the
It was
first time.
30 minutes past midnight, give or take.
So let me get this straight. You didn't actually witness the hanging itself,
No,
did
I
you?
didn't see the corpse until the following day.
Those are all my questions. Thank you for your time.
Anything I can do to assist the RCM. A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Hold on, why
It's
can't we
against
talk later?
diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
Well, you won't be missed.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up, but my work here
Of
is
course.
done.
I'm glad I could help.
Yeah, big fucking help you were. Alright. What else? I'm trying to think of if we have anything else to do after 2100 specifically. Just racking my brains. I could... let me see. I think we're good, actually. I think we can go and get a little bit of sleep. Probably have a really horrible nightmare. And tomorrow is going to be a big, busy day for us. Got a lot to do. Alright. Let's get back into this whirling in rags jam. Tomorrow we're going to try and buy ourselves those fallen sneakers. And we're going to go get our Meccano Robo gloves. All right, Revachol.
The bed is still cold
Oh.
from the window and not too inviting.
Yeah.
But it's yours.
Yeah.
You've earned it.
You can sleep every night after roughly 9 o'clock. So when you sleep, it refills both the health and morale counters. But it also,
it's not easy. But
spans time through the rest of the day.
From what feel like weeks of work on the case, you have to try. After what feels like hours.
Kind of. Your morale is sort of your sanity. It's like how well you hold your composure together.
Thoughts, baby.
Ooh.
A million
as we
little
sleep our
lights in
ancient
the
reptilian
dark.
brain.
You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you forever on Faraday.
Spinning in eternity.
On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time.
Yeah. Especially when your dreams are so,
The smoke in her mouth.
confrontational.
The plotted flowers. The faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
The rain, the snow. I don't want to. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent, picking up litter and old newspapers, collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world.
Yeah,
When it
very,
does
very
become
similar, although in this case it's also we're arguing with our limbic system. That's right. I am an agent of the world. But what if I want to be an agent of nothing?
It's too late. You're not made of nothing anymore. You're something now, Harry. I tried to drown you in the black water, but you re-emerged, kicking and screaming, running. And for what?
For the working class.
Ooh.
Solving your little crossword puzzles, doing your tasks, crossing names off lists, trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
No. I'm building communism for all. This time, we won't fail.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Why?
Because
only love can break your heart.
Your heart.
Feel the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time. Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work.
What's going on?
The thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built. It's too great a task to undertake alone. You're going to have to get organized.
Have you seen my shit recently? I've really gotten it together.
It's good that your personal business is in order. But
let's go.
We're talking about political matters of world historical import here. You must seek out your revolutionary brothers and sisters. Find out how much communism they've built. Then, together, maybe you'll be able to build as much as 0.0002% of communism.
Man, nobody hits snide condemnation of communism as much as communists.
But it won't be easy.
It's brutal.
Decades of persecution by coalition authorities have driven the remaining communists of Martinaise underground.
A communist underground? Why? That's where we belong.
They live underground. These communists aren't men. They're mole people.
But I'm part of the coalition authorities. Have I been persecuting communism this entire time?
Possibly. If you have been, it's only because you're a double agent acting in furtherance of your long-term objectives. Listen to this. Do you really think you're the kind of person an underground communist cell would entrust with a mission that requires such discretion?
Maybe.
Regardless, what's past is past. You need to look forward to the work of building communism for all.
Will they help me fire up Mazov's socialist sausage grinder?
You may want to lay off this grind up the bourgeoisie stuff. It's a bit off-putting, even to fellow communists.
If they're off-put by it, they're not really comrades. I don't know if I want to go searching for more people.
They're your comrades in the eternal class struggle. It's your task to find and join them.
How am I supposed to find them if they're hiding?
Let your nose guide you, detective.
Right. Communism needs to be a communal endeavor. Go figure. My nose.
Yes. Fortunately,
yes. The sausage is made of everybody with more than $25 in their pocket.
We really have no idea what they're talking about. There's no linkage between ideology and olfaction.
So what does communism smell like?
Failure.
Ooh. Okay, but what does failure smell like?
A smell you know all too well. Simultaneously repulsive and yet darkly appealing. Musty with a sharp tang.
Right. Lots and lots of vodka.
Of lost sweetness. Like a rotting mango that's been swaddled in a coat from your grandfather's attic. What you're smelling is your own body odor, of course. Nothing a shower and change of clothes couldn't fix. People sometimes complain there are no real communists left in Martinaise. But you can smell their presence. They're out there, waiting for you to join them.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
First, you'll have
roll
to
up your sleeves and get to work.
Remaining communists in Martinaise. When you get near to someone with revolutionary potential, your nose will give you the signal to
I already know right where I'm headed first.
Again, no, it won't. Any olfactory response you perceive will be strictly psychosomatic. You could also just look for more tangible evidence of communist activity. Images of Krasmazov and white antlers are usually a dead giveaway. You should begin by interrogating those lawless malcontents at the Dock Workers Union.
No, I have no idea what they actually smell like. My brain is just lying to me. Hang on, what will I do once I establish contact with my fellow communists?
The monumental world historical task that lies before you. You'll engage in rigorous and spirited debates about Mazovian theory and practice. But mostly, you'll probably complain about other communists.
Isn't that last part kind of counterproductive?
Complaining about other communists is one of the most important parts of being a communist.
All right, let's do it. Let's get organized.
Tis no time for bed. Fight till there's no slaves below, and no masters o'erhead.
Whew, let's go. Morning, Kim.
Yes?
Hold still a second. Try to smell Kim.
The lieutenant's posture becomes rigid and uncomfortable as you lean forward and sniff the area just
Kim, are you a comrade?
His shoulder blade. The lieutenant is fastidious as a cat in matters of his personal upkeep, and yet,
and I think Kim hates me. I have
just perceive the
I've pissed him off.
Acrid traces of oil rags, transmission fluid, and brake pads. Wait. There's something else there. Something that sets your GABA receptors aflutter. The lieutenant's aftershave, a common drugstore brand. Strong hints of pine needle. But what sort of ideological picture do these smells paint? Tough to say.
Brian?
Do you
This is this guy's
something,
center profile.
detective?
Just as I suspected, you're no lieutenant. You're a
I
mechanic.
do like to hang around the motor pool every now and then, but that doesn't make me a mechanic. Sort of like how hanging around the liquor store hasn't made you into a master distiller.
That was a cheap shot. Yeah, I've been doing better.
You're right, detective. My apologies. Was there something else you wish to discuss?
Let's try this logic.
Look at you.
Ooh,
It's
check it out.
because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
Nah, that
Just
can't be right.
Think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late and argues with his necktie. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck-up? Like, as a joke.
Considered it.
So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Why's that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think
Kim
this
believes in
was a
me.
joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
He's right. There are no airtight theories, just paranoia. You've given it some thought. Now let it go.
All right.
Wait. No. Something about this bunch doesn't smell right.
What do you mean? Aren't they Everett's guys?
They are, but they don't seem too keen to talk with you, do they?
No, they do not.
Don't. Glenn seems to be contemplating grievous bodily harm while he massages his raw knuckles. In the far back, Eugene is doing his best to ignore you.
Meanwhile, Fat Angus keeps shooting you furtive glances and mumbling uneasily to himself.
From his perch at the end of the table, Titus Hardy himself stares at you with a cold contempt that makes you want to leave the cafeteria straight away. Besides, your
These are no
British sheriff
comrades.
consider themselves social democrats.
All right, I guess I'll look elsewhere then. Hey, you're here.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
You're right here in the Whirling in Rags. Hi. Hello. You're
I am.
here.
So are you. What brings you here?
Check the composure.
It's the sports.
Nope.
He's a sports guy. All about that physical prowess and athletic skill. Nothing else here.
Tell me again about that muscular type who
yes,
came to
let's see.
investigate the crime.
He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
What'd you
Nothing.
tell him?
That I didn't see anything.
And he believed you?
Why shouldn't he?
Did you tell him about your
What
friend?
No,
Your Sunday friend, the
I
witness.
don't think it came up.
What did he look
Muscular,
like?
Handsome. Strong. Like one of those military types.
Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece.
Earpiece?
Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear.
What was he saying?
Just reporting back whatever I was telling him.
Besides muscular, any other identifying
Oh,
traits?
let me think. He had an accent.
Thank you
He
very
sounded
much.
like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
Thank you for the
Sure.
information.
Anything else on your mind?
Yeah,
In
what are
my
you
own
doing
atmosphere.
here?
What about you, officer?
I live here. My room is right upstairs. Or this is where I'm going to go down. I'm going to sing karaoke.
Really? Well, I look forward to that.
I met
You
your
did?
Sunday friend.
And how did you like him?
I didn't. He's a government official. I don't trust governments.
Oh, shoot. Why not?
Who is he?
A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return.
He smiles, and his smile seems melancholic.
To his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village.
This dude loves it because it's a taste of quote-unquote civility in a world that otherwise has been so thoroughly crushed underneath the economic factors that there is no sense of glamour or stability. There's no flair to it. There's no drama. Some good social commentary.
Or is it just money? I don't know.
So who is he?
A visitor from the first world.
Oh, okay.
To his or is it just money? I don't know.
Why was he staying
He
at
has
your
keys.
place in the middle of the night?
And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
So, what are you two?
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time.
Yeah, what does a Sunday friend mean?
That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Is that even a friend?
It is. On Sundays.
I don't want to talk about other people. I want to talk about you. Who are you?
Hmm? What about me, gendarme?
Nope, I'll
Bye-bye,
figure it out
gendarme.
later. Well, we still don't know too much about this guy, so... we have struck out in figuring out exactly what his deal is. So far, we are, I want to say 3 for 0 in getting to the bottom of his particular circumstances. Whew. But a lot to do today, my boys. A lot to do today. Unfortunately, it's late, and this is where I'm going to call it, so we'll have to do it next time. We have whew. etched into the wood, barely visible. Remember the rest is lost to time. We've got to go back across the lock and talk to a little girl about our glove. Hey, what are you doing to the car?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheat.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Have you heard back from the ICP about the serial number?
Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Bétancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Seminine conflict.
Okay.
So, it seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued.
I'm guessing one of its names is Cornell?
That is the most recent name the ICP has been able to connect to the CBP. And the one before it was Downwell. I also have one called Sediment, but I think that might be a different contractor. No, they work called Sediment. And somatosensor, it seems. All that during the last 9 years.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
Suit of armor like this would have been customized to fit the wearer. There must have been a record for whom the person was issued.
But the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
Do it.
This is a fun challenge for her. An opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put in the extra effort for Team RCM.
Thank you, officer. I really appreciate your efforts in the case.
Glad to help. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have more for you then.
Okay.
Over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering.
Alright, you punks. What are you doing?
That's one brutal motor carriage.
Says the young man with piss slur written on his back.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
His companion wears a simple yet elegant slogan. Fuck the world.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
You're a bunch of posers, is what you are. I can smell it from a mile away.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
Cindy will never love you.
I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage. I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
Yeah, tell him, Kim.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Who are
I'll
you?
tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Uh-huh.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
Alright, so who are the skulls?
No? What kind of cop are you?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
Of course I do. I'm testing you boys.
The Skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
The
The
Besmertne?
nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
You're just bored.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
If a
Non-verbal?
skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
Okay.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sight of his firearm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
Do you guys know Cindy the Skull?
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
The young man's eyes glaze over, his voice filled with longing.
Yeah, a true
The other guy
artistic
lights up
feature.
too.
Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
He adds, returning from whatever void he was just
For all
visiting.
their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
So you kids are into anodic dance music?
We're not fucking kids, man.
He exclaims, then stops himself, processing the rest of your question.
Wary of the abyss.
His blonde friend adds ominously and points to his temple.
Probably
Why?
because of how non-verbal their mode of operation is going to be. It's a threat.
Alright, I just want to talk about music, and now there's conflict all of a sudden. It's too much. Nervously shake your head.
That's right. You should back off and let silence rule supreme.
Let's throw this
What
kid
is
off.
wrong with you? Now you're just empowering these punks.
This is ridiculous. Boys, do you know why the gang is called Skulls?
Yeah. The skull symbolizes the embrace of death and nothingness, present in all of us. The vehicle of our future operations. Death and nothingness.
They're called Skulls because when you are shot dead in the middle of the street, the skull is the only part the stray dogs want to eat.
Tell him, Kim.
Just trust me and follow my lead.
So, boys, want to feed the dogs?
No reply. The blonde rebel scratches his chin, deliberately not focusing his gaze on anything. He looks very uncomfortable. The other one shuffles uncomfortably, nevertheless continuing to steal glances at the lieutenant's motor carriage.
So why aren't there more skulls
Maybe
in
there's their share of
Martinez?
policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Apart from the unions themselves, of course.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
Your rhetoric is confusing. Are you part of the skulls
We're
or not?
franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
And what makes you think that the organization would
Because
accept
we
you?
can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way.
The other one quickly adds and whispers something to
We'll
his
fuck
friend.
the system from the inside later. Just be cool now. The damage will be tenfold.
Right on, fuck. So what's happening now?
Enough about this skullery, then. What's with the jackets?
What about them?
Why does your jacket have Pissler written on it?
First off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And I guess it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences.
You did it. You brought the world together.
Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
Yeah, it makes sense.
What I mean by this is, we are all pissed, and that the world is inherently meaningless.
Nihilism, I get it. You're a douche. Why do you have "fuck the world" written on your jacket?
Many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill
These
of the
guys are
chase,
well thought
the
out in their
hollowness that
regard.
fills your chest cavity after catching it. To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though,
That's a terrible metaphor.
you get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world
So you're poly.
and
Okay,
not
yeah,
get
sure.
caught up in fucking someone. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point. Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and 2 badass cops?
Hey, Kim.
Yes?
Do you think it's a coincidence?
What is?
There are 2 of us and 2 of these jackets. Which one would you wear?
I'm not sure I understand you, Detective.
Are you more of a piss slur or fuck the world kind of guy? Come on, Kim, it's a mental exercise.
To end this discussion, theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think piss is the stronger of the 2 statements.
That works. I feel like I'm more a fuck the world
Seems
kind of
about
guy.
right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
Do you know anything about the murder that took place here? A man was hanged from in the backyard of the Whirling in Rags.
Sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
Anything
He was
else?
hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Okay, I go
Philosophy,
on.
Man. You can do aggressive shit with philosophy. Justify shit.
Give me that half-light.
These guys aren't
Damn.
scary. You're not scary. I have nothing to work with here. It's either begging or bullying, or both. Just ask them, maybe.
Gentlemen, I need your jackets.
Why?
Do I have to answer that?
If you don't have to answer, then we don't have to give you our jackets. Doesn't sound like you have a reason.
Look at the shit I'm wearing.
Yeah, like he said, total shit. What about it?
You didn't say that.
I'm wearing horrible clothes to catch horrible people. It's depressing. Leather would be such a cool look on me. It's not shit, it's disco.
It's shit.
Please.
Fine. Fuck it. Here. Take it then. I can't handle this sad shit.
It's true. He simply can't. It's called empathy. Wow. I did not see that coming. You better wear that jacket with pride.
Fuck that. You're not getting mine. My dad's a lawyer in La Delta. He'll have your badge.
No, he won't.
The lieutenant is lightly amused by the situation.
Wait, world fucker, you got a rich dad?
No. He's like a volunteer lawyer. A total bitch. Cites law and does dishes. You know what, cop? Fuck you. That's not what this is about. You're not getting my jacket.
Fuck him. We don't need his rich dad jacket anyway.
Nah, fuck it, we don't need either one. You said you're more the piss slur guy, so I got the jacket for you. Why not? You could really raise hell. Go undercover,
I don't
hard.
think this case requires us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jacket will be useful at all.
Still, it's good to know that we have it should the need arise.
Look at this cute shit. How can we become skulls?
Fuck. I'm sorry, man. I just don't like confrontations, that's all.
Oh, I wish I could have gotten both jackets. Alright, well that's where we're going to end it for the day. We're going to back up our save with our save. And we're going to try it again next time. Probably tomorrow. Here's hoping. Let's go find some stuff. Disco Elysium out. This game continues to be incredible, and I love it more and more. So, take care, everybody. Be good out there, and remember, it takes all of us to build the future. It takes all of us to build communism. It can't be done by one person, and it doesn't need to be done on a large scale. Start by finding the people that need help in and around your life. Build community wherever you can. Communism can only work if it's built on a structure of kindness. Be good out there. See you guys next time.